And here we are with our Dolphins versus Bengals live stream. The Miami Dolphins are wearing their throwback uniforms. We have the A team of CBS, Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. So that's how you know the game is actually important in the eyes of those who are watching, because we have Tony Romo commentating on it now, and not the guys whose names I have already forgotten. Greg Gumbel's one of them. Who's the other guy? I don't even know. Some Hall of Famer that I don't even know about. That's
not
sad.
Important right now.
But here we are. So they're actually showing right now some clips of Xavier Howard doing what he does. He leads the league still with 8 interceptions.
I know that you didn't think he was getting one today.
No, I did not, and I still do not think so. Juan got on me about that because they usually predict that Xavier Howard will get an interception, and poof, there it is. But you know what? Again, I can't. There's no gut feeling for me today. Like the other games, it was like, I just feel it. He's going to get one today. This time, it's hard for me to get there. I can't force it. I have to feel it. Yeah, exactly. You have to feel that it's actually something that's going to happen. And then you have to have the courage of your convictions. So right now, my convictions are that, again, Kai, is it really something that you can blame me for? This isn't like, no. I just think the Dolphins are going to lose to the New York Jets this time. No, this is Kansas City Chiefs. This is these Super Bowl defending team that still looks like a Super Bowl contender now. It wasn't a one and done thing. These guys look like they could be the next dynasty of the NFL.
Yeah, it's not just a one time, as you just mentioned. I've been saying it for the past couple of weeks. Before the season started, however, I thought it was going to be, again, 49ers Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I thought the 49ers would win. Injuries, bad play by quarterback, injury by quarterback, that never happened. Now the Chiefs just look like, when I go through the list in the AFC of teams that I think would knock them off, if making the playoffs, so I think the Ravens would do it. No. Raiders, they've done it once, but when it's the playoffs, I don't think it'll happen. Colts, no. Us in the playoffs, no. Today, yes. Browns, no. Titans, not a chance. Bills, not a chance. Steelers, they're a fake 11-1 team. I look at the only team I see that can contend them in the Super Bowl is the Packers on the NFC side. I just I think that the Chiefs are going to repeat, but today I think they're going to lose.
And we also welcome Juan back into the group. He is now with us for our live stream of the Chiefs versus the Dolphins. They're in Hard Rock Stadium, and as far as I know, there are still a few fans out there. So maybe, just maybe, we have a home field advantage, kind of, sort of. So, Juan, I welcome you to the show. How are we feeling, man? The game is only 3 minutes away, really, from starting. What are your thoughts? Are you still feeling everything you said in the pregame, or are there any second thoughts coming through about what's going on here?
No, I'm excited. I want to see. I would definitely want to see what creativity Chan Gailey's going to come out with. I definitely feel he's going to do some more than, let's say, out of his norm stuff with Lynn Bowden. I think he's going to have to if we're going to have any type of run game at all. I'm interested too to see, because we can't afford a conservative start, like you were saying, Louis. Like we definitely need to put our foot on the gas and we got to go from jump. And I don't know if they've announced it yet. Did we defer or did we receive yet?
Let me check. I don't think it's come out. Though kickoff is in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually happened yet. There's nothing I see here other than
all I'm
talking about is that Tony Romo he's protecting the football, which is nice, but
it's so awful because I enjoy the narrative, love to see it. However, it's a fake narrative.
It's not like 0 interceptions for Tua. Like, how many times has it been just one of those?
I think 2 or 3.
At least
I don't remember.
At least 2 or 3 that it's like, that should have been an interception. That should have been an interception. That should have been an interception. So
yeah,
we can't pretend that 0 is a legit 0. It's a 0 with an asterisk next to it. So, and again, this isn't me saying, Tua's not good, because a lot of people are going to jump on that and say, here's Skip Bayless of 5 Reasons talking crap again. No, that's not what I said. I didn't say Tua was bad.
Why do you keep calling yourself that?
Because even Ethan is embracing it now. So you know what? I might as well go for it.
He really did.
If there's one thing that Skip Bayless is good at, it's making people come in and listen to what he has to say. So you know what? Good for 5 reasons. Not good for me, but good for 5 reasons. So we're about ready to get going here. So any minute now, we're going to see what the Dolphins have done.
Still nothing.
Yeah,
Still,
they're
like, no notification. No one. Not Adam Beasley. Not Barry Jackson. Nobody.
it's
No
like
one.
they're stalling
Kylie.
they're stalling for time.
Not a single one of these. Nothing.
Maybe maybe they really are stalling for time. They're building the suspense up.
I mean, it's
Wow.
1 o'clock,
Is this what it's
man.
like to? Is this what it's like to watch a Chiefs game? Is this what they always do?
Look,
Yeah.
hopefully, like, this doesn't have to come out later. Just hopefully this can stay.
Not
Stay-
sponsored. Put that away.
I'm just saying, hopefully it can stay wrapped.
We have sponsors. Go to Biscayne Brewery.
Facts. Those are facts.
There you go, man. That's what you need to pull out next time.
We'll see. Ryan Fitzpatrick is doing the opening toss. Dolphins lose, will receive.
Okay.
Overseas. All right,
So
let's
there you
see.
go, folks. That's the question. The answer to that question. The Chiefs win the toss, and the Dolphins will have to receive. So that means that Changati's really got to come out flying this time.
We think an open and drive touchdown, boys.
I can only hope. I just don't feel it.
I predicted 2 scoring drives last week.
What
I
we
think
did in
you
Denver,
predicted one, and then we got a field goal in the next one. So
I mean, it's still
Yeah,
2
fair.
scoring drives. Come on, you can give me like a 1.5 out of 2.
I'll give you a 1.5 for that one. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to see a blowout. That's all. As my thoughts continue to.
I don't think we're gonna lay down and take a blowout. To be honest, if anything, I feel like we're gonna come out aggressive. I think I don't want to, but I feel like we're gonna take a deep shot. I would prefer it to be to Gesicki, but I feel like it's probably gonna be to Jakeem to help him make up for last week. But yeah, I'm excited for Lynn Bowden. I think he's gonna play a big game today.
Only 13 of 284 analysts called the Dolphins to beat the Chiefs.
Well, you know what? That's this time it actually feels legitimate. So Grant's back to receive. Let's go, guys. Game on.
go!
Guys,
Let's
can you believe
go!
what you just saw there? Andrew Van Ginkel with the deflection, and look at that. I did not predict Xavier Howard. I definitely did not predict Byron Jones with his
He almost
first
lost it, but
interception. I know. I was so scared. I saw him fumble. I'm like, oh no. But then who was it that jumped on it finally? Was it Wilkins?
Emmanuel Ogba.
Emmanuel, there you go, man. Every single new guy that the Dolphins have brought in here, they're all making plays today. Like, there you go. Byron Jones with the interception. Ogba jumps on the fumble by Jones. Andrew Van Ginkel. You know, it's funny because Peter Schrager on NFL Network has been all over Andrew Van Ginkel ever since the Good Morning Football stuff came in. Like he's talking about Van Ginkel jerseys. He's talking about how special he is. Juan, you're muted, by the way. I just want you to know. That's one way to give the Dolphins some momentum. So hopefully Tua can take that and score a touchdown because let's be real about something. They're getting yards, but somehow they don't look as dominant as I expected them to. Like, I expected them to already have thrown a deep pass to Tyreek Hill for a touchdown by now.
Yeah, but they're shredding us right now, bro. That's
They
how a
are.
first drive. That's how a first drive is supposed to be scripted, by the way, where you're highlighting your individual players to actually, make plays.
I wouldn't say shredding. They've made a few yards here and there, but there have been some
Le'Veon got
yards.
11.
Okay,
Le'Veon
he
got
got
11.
13 on that one carry.
Kelsey
But then
beat us deep.
that screen went for nothing.
Yeah.
And that pass to Kelsey was more about Mahomes just being a shortstop who's playing quarterback, not so much that the play itself was designed that way.
I'm not gonna lie, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, seeing him makes me wish we had drafted him. My goodness, like.
Oh, for sure. We can point all over the place and say this is what the Dolphins should have done, this, there, all over the place. But again, you have to think about this in relative terms. Right now, I'm actually impressed with this defense. Seriously, because you expect a lot worse by now, just off the bat. All right, so we're back in. So let's see what this offense can do now. So that's the miss for Jason Sanders, unfortunately.
Damn, I just saw it.
Those Chiefs are all up in their face, and it's hard for any kicker to focus on just kicking the ball when you have literally seconds before you're going to be flattened.
You saw that Lynn Bowden pass though? I told you, Gailey's gonna have to be creative.
I did see it. I wish I hadn't.
Oh man, he's gonna have to do like something that like we're not expecting because even on that 3rd and 3, like that was Lynn Bowden, if he catches that, he's going for a while, but we gotta get it to him, man.
Breland knocked it away. He was too tight.
Yeah.
But my issue is that if they're, I keep saying this, and honestly, I don't know why they still think that Bowden is the better option. But I get he was a former quarterback too. He and Malcolm Perry have shared that. But just looking at their stats, just straight up, between the two of them, Perry was the better quarterback.
Yeah, for sure.
So
yeah.
why are we using Bowden instead of Perry if that's what we're doing here?
I prefer Bowden to Perry in anything. To be
including
honest,
throwing the football.
Nah. But that's my point. You ideally would you see Perry out there and you're like, okay, they're probably gonna want to throw something out there like that. But you see Bowden out there. Bowden out there is a player that can run it, throw it, catch it. So you see more creativity with him to where the defense isn't necessarily keen in on that.
Yeah. Damn, that's just disappointing.
By the way, I'm completely done with Jakeem Grant. I will not say his name after today. This will be my last attempt to talk about him.
I wanted to mention that when we got off after the interception, but just the excitement was not there. You can't drop that pass.
Man, you got to help your rookie QB. I don't know.
I see you guys. I understand the frustration, but again, we understood that this is what we get with Jakeem. He is a playmaker who can when he has the ball and in space, there's very little he can't do. But you're going to have to take those drops. That's pretty much what killed Ted Ginn's career, is that he was a first rounder with an incredible speed, incredible playmaking potential, but he didn't have some of the fundamentals down.
Mm-hmm.
We're out there playing with Ted Ginn. Essentially, he's just a small version of it. So that's the plus. I'm not willing to get rid of him because he's still the most dangerous returner in football. He's still a very dangerous weapon.
Yes, I would just keep him in his role.
The Dolphins there's some bad stuff just happened on the Chiefs. We got to go back.
Oh man.
Mention the tackles. The tackles.
30-yard sack. Wow.
A
Before the
30-yard
game.
sack, guys. This is Patrick Mahomes at his worst. He doesn't. That's the one thing about him. He doesn't know when to say die. He doesn't know when to quit.
That's a little Ryan Fitzpatrick, though.
No, Fitzpatrick would have just taken off and run forward. He would have run forward. Mahomes was like, "Here, let me go backwards a lot so I can see if maybe I can heave it to Tyreek Hill.
I could throw an 80-yard pass
yards down the field." Yeah. But Baker again. There's another guy we've been trashing, Jerome Baker.
He made a great play.
Credit.
Great play. I almost cursed. Great play. But yeah, 30-yard sack. You don't take that lightly. That is Patrick Mahomes. You have seen them throughout his career get away from that, turn the corner, and make a huge throw. So we definitely knew that stop there.
Is that like a record? Like, what's the record for how many yards you've lost in a single sack? Anyway,
I don't know. That ABT counted as a sack too, I think.
How can it? Well, at that point, it's got to be a sack, right? Like all the way back there, you can't take that away from the guy.
Yeah.
And he never actually did take off and
That's
become
the longest one. That should be the longest one in NFL history.
There you go. So Jerome Baker now.
At least, I'm not sure, but the longest one before Tim Tebow was sacked in 2011 was Bob Greasy in 1972. Funny enough, when they lost to the year before the undefeated season, or I guess the year of, but lost to Dallas in the Super Bowl, 29-yard loss on a sack. That was the longest up until 2011, which Tim Tebow was sacked by Rob Ninkovich for 29 yards. So, yeah. Apparently, that's a record-breaking.
So you go from one of the worst quarterbacks to ever throw a football to literally the best one, and that just makes Baker's sack all the more impressive.
Yeah. I'm trying to find something, but all I'm seeing is 29. So 30-yard sack, that's the longest one in NFL history.
There you go, guys. Jerome Baker is now the record holder for that one. And again, momentum. This offense needs to score now.
Uncle Mo,
not a field goal, a touchdown.
Yeah. We need to attack. We need to do something where we get to a comfortable.
Attack the team with Mike Gesicki. That's what needs to happen right now. Let's, like Alfredo said during the pregame, those tight ends. Apparently, the Chiefs will leave them alone. Get Gesicki out there. So we're back. Let's see what happens now.
Get it.
It's 38 yards. 38 yards. It was Ryan Tannehill in 2015 from
Tannehill.
Gentlemen, touchdown
Super.
Tua to Mike Gesicki, the guy that we needed to have a big game today. So far, he's having a pretty big one. That incredible catch on 3rd and 12, and now this little toss for the end zone.
That was a great start.
I'm starting to get excited, and I'm actually scared about it.
Listen, I'm feeling your anxiety, and I definitely I'm feeling it in my gut as well. Because we saw Tua go up tempo, we saw the offense go up tempo, and again we see the success with it. It's hard because it's not something you could obviously run for 60 plays in a game, but in the spurts that we do it in, it's successful, and I think we need to keep going at it.
I think all they have to do is just keep being aggressive. And also, Jakeem Grant, that's why we keep him.
All right, but come on.
That's why we keep him.
Listen, a pick play wide open.
That was Chan Gailey. That was Chan Gailey.
Yeah, a pick play wide open. If you drop that, you're not an NFL receiver.
It's not about dropping it.
8-year-old kids in a playground catch that ball.
When he catches the ball, he can do things with it. That's the thing.
But he has to catch the ball.
But look at that's the key part of it. When he catches it, look, I'm not going to
repurpose him. Darren Sproles.
Exactly, but with Darren Sproles, you saw he only got 5 carries, 10 carries, and then he would get 3-4 catches or 3-4 throws. With Jakeem, I feel like we're so adamant about trying to make him a number 2 option, a number 3 option, to where he's a gimmick player. I don't think I can rely on him for 60 plays to be consistent because he just hasn't shown it to me.
Darren Sproles was a very consistent player, being what he was. If this is why I've been saying for years now that the Dolphins' best chance to get the most out of Jakeem Grant is to turn him into Darren Sproles. A pass catching running back type player out of the backfield. Every once in a while he lines up in the slot and he just makes guys miss.
But look what you said about Darren Sproles, right? Who did Darren Sproles play and really grow from with? It was next to LaDainian Tomlinson. He was never the number 1 option nor the number 2.
But who said Grant had to be? I've never said that Grant needs to be the number 1 option.
But then who's the number 1 option here for Grant to be able to have that same development, to be able to have that same sort of thrive? Even with it, it's still, Lewis, it comes down to catching the football. Like, you cannot, like, the drop he had early on, you can't drop that. And that wide open, if you drop that, you might as well be taken off the field. You drop that wide open pick play, you might as well be taken off the field. That's a gimme.
All I'm saying is that we can't love him when he does incredible stuff on returns and making guys miss, and then hate on him the moment he drops a pass. That's all I'm saying.
We're not. No, I don't think me and Juan are hating on him. We're just saying
you guys have said you don't want to talk about him anymore. It's like you guys said you were done with Jakeem Grant.
You gotta catch football.
All right, so game back on. Let's rock and roll. Interception number 2. A
I'm
total of
nervous.
4 all
I'm
season.
nervous.
Patrick Mahomes.
I'm nervous. We gotta play
Hey.
60 minutes, yo. We have to play 60 minutes.
I know. It feels
We
like
can-
it doesn't it feel like they're like shifting into turbo early and then they're run out of steam at the end of the game.
Look. What I told you guys pregame. If we can play 60 minutes of football, we have a chance. But Mahomes, all he needs is a quarter. All he needs is 3 drives. All he needs is 4 drives to really realistically score 3 touchdowns in literally a snap of a finger. So yes, we are doing good, but we need to start punching it in. These interceptions, these turnovers, these stops that we're getting.
This needs to be
we need
another
to
touchdown
capitalize.
drive.
Yeah, we have to score. We got to capitalize.
It absolutely has to be another touchdown drive. Like you just said it like that, they can make it happen. And we saw that in the 49ers Super Bowl game. We saw that against the Titans. We saw that against the Texans. You need to it can happen. It doesn't matter. Like, and they only got stronger. They didn't get weaker. Usually Super Bowl teams like that get weaker. No. They stayed the same thing. Somehow found the money to keep everybody and got stronger in the draft. So
After the running back first round, got Le'Veon Bell. Yeah, I agree.
So it's great right now. I don't think I'm as nervous as you guys because I picked a win, but you need to score. You need to score this drive. You touchdown cannot be a field goal. Put up another touchdown drive, and then keep the foot on the gas pedal on defense and on offense.
Do you continue to trust just Dwayne Washington to do this? I'm sorry, not
DeAndre Washington.
DeAndre Washington. I'm trying to do 3 different things at once, so my brain is like trying to make sure.
I mean, he's had some. He had like I think a 5 and a 6 yard carry, something like that.
But,
I mean,
but he's also getting a lot of 1 and 2 yards per carries on those two, so that's why I'm concerned.
Yes.
So what are you saying, Lewis? Go more to Laird?
I'm saying keep throwing the football.
Oh
yeah,
I got you.
I mean, Tua that throw to Gesicki is one that I don't think anyone can waver from. That was a great throw that he hit to Gesicki and 3 defenders in the area. If he can continue to put on,
all right,
just gotta keep it going.
Game on. Let's rock and roll.
Devontae dropped that one.
Yeah, he did. That was a good play call by Gailey. Again, you saw another limb out and pass too.
I don't know. Well, an attempted pass, we should say. Like it was I don't know. The idea of Tua trying to catch passes makes me nervous. I don't like
Listen,
that.
I agree. I don't want him taking any shots, but
I think he already took one. I think at his lower leg, you need to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I saw that he fell down when Tony Romo was highlighting him.
Yeah.
That's not roughing the passer. Where's our roughing the passer call?
Well, he has to be like in his third
him.
year and an MVP to get those type of calls.
Yeah.
But I definitely like that because we give credit to the players, but right now I want to give credit to Gailey because he's definitely being aggressive. He's definitely trying new things that I don't think we would have started with really seeing him do it against the Chargers or any other team. So he's definitely trying other things.
Yeah. Hey, look, so far so good. Look,
we should also
it has to keep up. It has to keep up. We can't sit here and
we need to pick off Mahomes again.
Or just get a stop. 10-0 against any other team, and they're demoralized, and they're going to start fading. But this is the Kansas City Chiefs, and this is Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, the 2 interceptions, the fumble recovered, but the fumble, 30-yard sack. It's just royal. I mean, that was you that said that earlier, right? Lewis, 40-50.
Yeah, he has to throw the ball a lot today because running the ball I don't think is going to cut it.
They've been. It's been looking good, and Chan. Give credit where credit's due. We've been taking a poop on him all season. Respect to Ethan Skolnick, not going to curse. And he's calling a good game right now, and it's looking good so far.
It should be noted that according to Clay on Twitter,
he missed Jakeem Grant open in the middle of the field. Yeah, we'll have to run that back and see.
That on all 22.
But I mean, those are things.
Yeah, no, he definitely did. He definitely did. I'm looking at it right now.
Those are
wide
things
open in the middle of the field.
Yep, those are things that we're gonna have to.
Comes with development.
He'll have to learn in time.
Pass to Devontae, that's a pass that Fitzpatrick is for sure making.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm not saying not saying otherwise, but that's why I say the only thing I want him to do, like Fitzpatrick, is be aggressive. But I would like him to keep his ability to find people and find the right.
Hey, yo, FIU, man, we graduated in 11 minutes.
What's up? By the way, guys, I have the game on here with my whole family, and let me just say, my dad's never seen Tua play. The man's now asking me for a jersey for Christmas.
He needs an Eric Rowe jersey and a Byron Jones.
Hey, they sell them at Dick's Sporting Goods for like cheap.
By the way, Chan Gailey needs to keep putting Grant in those perfect one-on-one spots. Once they double team him, you got to look for somebody else.
Taping up Tua's ankle right now.
There you go.
I saw that.
All right, boys.
Goody. All right, game back on.
Hey, just like that.
Took 2 minutes for that.
But that's
to
what we were
happen.
saying, just like that. That's one thing I wanted to mention in that the time of possession, you give them the ball, they're going to score. It doesn't really matter. Like, they put up 262 yards or something just on Tyreek Hill against the Bucks in one quarter 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, listen, it can happen. It can happen fast. Offense just has to keep putting up points. Now you just need another drive with the offense now. Touchdown, field goal. We said it would be a shootout. All right, let's go. Let's put it up.
It's going to be a shootout, although that was a run from Mr. Tyreek Hill,
Of course.
who is faster than who's twice as fast as literally everybody in the NFL. Like, how do you?
He just has another gear, bro. Like I saw him turn that corner. I'm like, nah, he's not gonna. He's not
gone. Yeah, you knew once you saw him get into a sprint, you knew he was gone.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like we said, like we got to play 60 minutes because out of nowhere they can come in and do things like that.
We're hoping that Bobby McCain is all right. By the way, he came off the fields just to get looked at. Trying to tackle Travis Kelce is like trying to slam into a brick wall. It's not fun.
Yep.
And you said that Tua was getting taped up. Well, I hope that it's not something serious, because if Tua's getting taped up, that means he's going to be. I don't want to say it's like the old Alabama game versus LSU, where essentially he's at half power. We can't afford to be half a Tua when it's Patrick Mahomes out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me say, half the tour of that game was pretty damn amazing.
I mean, it was, but that was with his guys, his offense, his coach, his system, and everything.
And LSU was still listen, bro. That's the SEC, Lewis. And LSU was not the same. Look, LSU put the stomping on the Gators yesterday, but that's not that LSU that was there last year is not some just walk like that. That was NFL defense, NFL offense.
I don't doubt it, but again, his weapons though.
No, you're 100% right. I'm just saying.
So whatever they do now, they got to keep up the pressure. They got to score again. Like, I don't care.
Need a touchdown. We
do need a touchdown, but at this point, I'm willing to just take any points because I'll trust the defense to make a couple stops here and there, but they can't afford to leave points on the board. No punts. They got to score every time. Something. Score something.
Put points on the board, essentially. Whatever, however you.
Every time you get the ball, put points on the board. I don't care if it's 7 or if it's 3, but score.
Just get points on the board. Yeah, and look, I think it's going to come with the first 3 plays. I think with this drive and the first 3 plays. I think
they're showing a replay. Austin Jackson stepped on Tua's foot. He got pushed into him.
Well, there you go.
Okay, well, hopefully he can get back into it.
He'll be fine.
So that's not ideal.
Yeah, that first throw with Devontae, I felt like I definitely saw that his ankle wasn't 100% there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
So-
something we got to keep an eye on.
So
But I mean, he did run it at the end right there on that third down. So
yeah,
I
he
mean,
looked fine running the football. It's
Yeah,
just that
yeah.
he's not getting any time to look downfield anymore. So we
he's
have a
he's
problem
not.
here.
And I think Tony Romo was right on that. I think it was that second down where he didn't read it right. Spagnola is also being a good defensive coordinator as well.
He's always been. I mean, he was one of the leaders of that Giants defense when they had those Super Bowl runs as a defense coordinator there. So, you know. Hey.
So
It's a
obviously
tough
Dolphins need to
challenge.
come up with a stop here. They're at the 21, so they need to not let Tyreek beat them that badly this time.
Yeah.
Because
Eric Rowe has struggled this game, and not for nothing because he's obviously going against all pros like Tyreek and Kelsey,
Travis
but
Kelce,
it's rough. It's rough.
yeah, trying to beat Travis Kelce, even like that's the thing about Eric Rowe is that he's been handling guys like George Kittle and them all season long, but Kelce is Jimmy Graham plus.
Yeah, it's a different animal because they didn't have a Mahomes, so it's tough.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce may go. He would it be
Bob
fair
came
to
back.
would it? Okay, goes. So Bobby's back. That's good. It almost feels like Travis Kelce is going to overtake Tony Gonzalez's legacy in Kansas City.
He's going to obliterate every single record. Every single record Kelsey's going to destroy. I don't even think it's close. I think I've seen like within his period of time, like there's just nobody who stacks up with receptions, with touchdowns, and he does it year in and year out, man. He's a different animal.
Yeah. So Miami's gonna have to figure out a way to score because that is what it's going to come down to. We said it was going to be a shootout, and that's what it's going to have to be because, again, no time to really to run the football. You're either going to throw it and try to keep up with Mahomes, or that's kind of all there is left at this point. So, game's back on. Let's see what they do.
Yep. Three and out.
Our defense has come to play. Let's just say that out loud.
That's what I was about to say. I think we can safely say this defense is legit.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely playing bend not break, but we're holding them. We're keeping our offense in the game, and
Mahomes was confused.
he does not look comfortable, and Flores is a lot to do with that, man. And again, it's a 3rd and long, 3rd and 15. I will say this: I'm not a 100% fan of prevent defense like that, because you're definitely asking for it. Because ideally, I just saw the replay. I think Tyreek dropped that. He could have actually had that. But again, we stopped him, so that's the key part. But yeah, we got to continue with this, man. We gotta have the offense score touchdowns.
Can you imagine next year? And by the way, if we're going to give credit, we need to give credit to Josh Boyer too, because if we were going to give Flores credit 100%. For when he was with Belichick, 100%. Then we need to give Boyer credit too. So kudos to Josh Boyer. Awesome job with all year long. And can you imagine what's going to happen next year after another bound of free agency and draft picks? Can you imagine what this defense could look like?
Yeah, bro. It's Flores is a very creative coach. Boyer too. I mean, those guys over there, they're definitely know what they're doing. And once we get a lead, we play well, man. We're built to play with a lead.
Yeah.
So once again, scoring is still a must. Got to get some points. Gotta get some points.
Yeah.
What's the best bet at this point? Gesicki, get him another 8 targets.
Yeah, Gesicki's got to get active some more. We need to get more of Mike Gesicki in here, because that's what was working before. That's exactly what Alfredo said during pregame, is that they seem to ignore, and I wouldn't say ignore, but they'll give you the tight end every time.
Yeah, they don't place an emphasis to stop the tight end.
Which is ironic, given that Kelsey is such a dramatic playmaker for them. I would think that if anybody would know what a danger they can be, it would be them.
Well, if you think about it, they probably in practice they're like, we have a harder time stopping Tyreek than Kelsey. So hey,
But not every team has Tyreek.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So game on. So Tua's first interception at last. It's a mixed bag. On the one hand, some people say Grant should have caught that. On the other hand, that pass kind of hung in the air. It did touch both his hands, but there was an arm. There was an arm in the way, making it so he couldn't get.
There's two things that I have for that. One, it would have been a soft PI call, but it is a PI. But at the end of the day, catch the ball. Like,
it's easy to say that, but we've seen Kansas City Chief receivers make drop.
So then at some point, like,
how many excuses can we keep making for Jakeem, dog? Like,
at some point,
I know what
putting
you mean,
him on these routes.
He's explosive. He makes plays. In that drive, he's made plays. In the drive before that, he makes plays. But once he gets past 7 yards from the line of scrimmage, I don't trust him to make a catch. I'm sorry, I don't. He can catch all the punts. He can make all the moves he can. But on an offense, man, I don't know. I don't see it.
And what I was going to mention even before then, before Tua had to evade someone, threw it a little bit high to Antonio Callaway. But at that point, come on, you're not expecting a dime right then and there. I was going to say, like, I know I'm a Gators fan. I know I've been harping on Callaway for a while now. But, like, at what point do you put him in the game and start giving him or someone else, Lynn Bowden, Mac Hollins, some of these targets instead of Jakeem? Like,
because Grant's the only one with that breakaway speed.
Right, but you saw it when Callaway was with the Browns. He had this. It's the same scenario, and he was catching those. He was breaking defenses. He was catching those. He was going deep, and he was catching them. Grant can get down the field all he wants. He's not catching the ball.
And even then,
it was a PI. It would have been a soft PI call, but it was a PI. But you have to catch that.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry.
He missed the ball. It hit his chest. He missed the ball.
Yes, the last game too, and it's just a repeated thing, and it's just I can't keep making the same excuse of Tua could have thrown a better ball. Or
I'm not saying Tua should have thrown a better ball. He should have, but that's besides the point.
I'm talking about last week. I'm talking about last week with the Bengals.
Oh, that one. No, that one was all on Grant. I didn't even blame Tua for that one. But
I don't blame Tua for that one either.
But this one, again, I'm not even blaming Tua. Again, there was an arm in the way, making it so that Grant couldn't get his arms around the football, and he was leaping backwards in double coverage. Come on. Like, it's not like...
No, the difficulty's there, 100%, Lewis. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, if we're going to have playmakers, if we're going to have people that we're going to trust with Tua, if it touches your hands, I mean, you got to come down. I mean, and not for nothing, but I'll go just as hard with Devontae too, because he should have caught that touchdown too. Well, they're back now.
Yep. 8 yards. Nice.
So it is halftime. The Kansas City Chiefs lead the Dolphins 14-10. The Dolphins were driving for a second there, but then, of course, Frank Clark comes in and just ruins Tua's day in like 2 seconds. So
that's the thing. That's the difference with winning teams. You know, they get a turnover, they capitalize, they score touchdowns, they make it happen. Man, I gotta say, I'm really like, I know the score and everything, but I'm more concerned with Devontae being out. I'm not sure what that's
Antonio
about,
Callaway season.
but we're already struggling with who to hand it off to. I'm not even sure who we could throw it at this point to at all. Yeah, it's rough.
Hey.
I don't know anymore. It's kind of reaching a point where you just have to keep going to those guys and hope that they come down with it. This is all a game of hope now. If we're being real, this game was a game of hope from the get-go. Like, we didn't even expect them to
I
do
think
what
I think we can all say if at the beginning of the pregame, if they said, hey, 14-10 going into halftime, I think everybody would be like, yeah, we'll take that for sure.
Right, but once again, it's just missed opportunities all over the place. And whether it's because Grant Kent has bad hands or Tua didn't throw a really good ball or because he was hanging on too long or the offensive line collapsed or, again, credit to the defense for doing what they've been doing, but they let some things slip. Of course, that's going to happen against Mahomes.
You can't expect them to hold them to less than 10 points. You know, it's tough. We had to capitalize it. We didn't take advantage, and we were paying the price for it because we could have easily been up at least 17-14, if not 20-something 14, because we've had our opportunities.
It feels like they've gone away from Gesicki again. This is what the Dolphins were doing when they were scoring that touch. The touchdown was to Gesicki. The play that got them on 3rd and 12 was Gesicki. So why are we suddenly going away from Gesicki? I don't understand this logic. And it's not like he's not out there. Tua should be looking for Gesicki.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's also part of that goes on Gailey too, because obviously the plays that you called there are going to have different progressions and different 1s, 2s, and 3s. But at this point, Devontae being out, I'm sorry, but every play should have Gesicki as the number one option. Every play should be, okay, well, where is Gesicki? Can we get on the ball? Okay, we can't. Who's our number 2 option? Because we have to feed him, man. We have to.
Hey, you know.
Running 13 personnel, which basically for anybody who doesn't know what that is, that's when you have 3 tight ends, 1 receiver, and 1 running back. So, hey, you know what? The tight ends have been the best weapons for Tua pretty much the entire time he's been out there. If Parker does manage to come back, which I'm hoping he does, because without Devontae Parker, there's just not much hope for anything at that point. If Parker comes back, I'll just get rid of that for now, just so we have a better look. But if Parker doesn't come back, then your best options at that point are Gesicki, Adam Shaheen, and Durham Smythe, and maybe again Grant out of the backfield.
Gesicki has 2 targets. That's a travesty.
Yeah, the 2 targets were the 3rd and 12 and the touchdown.
My gosh, Gesicki needs to finish with 10 plus targets today. There's no way in hell we got to finish with 2. That's insane.
So now that's something we have to think about. Why do you think this is? Is it because Tua's not reading him? Is it because he's not?
Just look at the target share. I mean, Grant has 5 targets, but I think 2 of those were those little pitches that were just in front of him. So I think they consider that a pass. Bowden has 3 targets. Washington has 3 targets. I don't even see Devontae on here. I don't think Devontae has a catch. He doesn't. He has 2 targets.
Parker has 2 targets. One of them was the end zone that he couldn't get his hands on.
And Tua's thrown it 19 times. So it's very, very evenly distributed. But we got to start feeding our key players. And Gesicki has to have at least 10 plus targets today.
I think I'm going to say that instead of looking for targets necessarily, like we do need to get Gesicki in the game. Don't get me wrong. But we need, if we're going to use Grant I'm serious. We need to do Darren Sproles stuff because that was what worked. 13 yards out of the backfield on that sweep. By the way, the Texans are losing 7-23 against the Bears. So
Yeah,
go draft pick.
Mitchell Trubisky's going crazy. He's like 14 of like 15, I think I saw.
So huzzah for the draft pick. Yay. But I digress.
Hey, look, so far, I just ran a mock draft. I think we got it. Wide receiver, running back.
No.
There we go.
Okay, so you're saying that there are no
I'm
keys
messing around. I'm messing around.
Okay, well, I'm trying to. I don't know anymore. I feel like after today, it may be a serious mock draft.
No, but at this point, I mean, I've for sure like at 9. I've grown to be okay. Not okay, but I've grown to accept that Micah's not going to fall to 9. I think one of the Alabama receivers. I mean, whoever you want to.
Hey, it might not be 9 by the end of today. All right,
it might not be 9. Very true. I think for
9,
sure
23-7 or whatever. I think that there's a good chance they won't be.
Nah. But you have to see though, because if it falls within the top 10, I mean, we could get a real good player, and it just depends on how we want to help Tua, because it's brutal out there right now. I don't know who the hell he's throwing it to.
I think I know a lot of people, and right now there's a debate going on Dolphins Twitter between a select few people who my thing right now is, if you are legitimately putting on the internet that because you can think things to yourself, that's how the world works. But if you're legitimately putting something on the internet that says that the Dolphins are fine at wide receiver, and all it is that they're missing Albert Wilson and Allen Hurns. Is Albert Wilson missing? Yes. So he starts to finally come on again and be his normal self after his injury towards the back end of last season? Yes. But are you really going to tell me that those two
said that? I want to go argue.
Like, you really think that those two are going to be the ones that make
those are the saviors, the prodigal sons?
Not the saviors, but let's be not the saviors. No, but can you deny that if we had Albert Wilson out there, that there would be a much better feeling?
What did Albert Wilson give you from Jakeem Grant or Lynn Bowden?
Speed with hands. Speed with hands.
Okay, but that's what we've been getting with Lynn Bowden, and we haven't been getting with Jakeem Grant. And you've been on
Lynn Bowden is not Albert Wilson. Albert Wilson is a proven commodity. Bowden is still a rookie.
Right, but Albert Wilson was also doing. He started getting back to his normal self last year towards the back end. But how are we going to say that? The only reason
he's not out there now is because he was opted out because of COVID scares. So it's not like he was hurt. He could have been that guy again. All right,
Louis, let me ask you this: do you think having Albert Wilson out there changes this offense?
Yes.
You think they're just going to run the same thing? He's going to be in the same position.
I don't see Albert Wilson as that top player to change the whole offense.
It's not necessarily that he's a top player. It is that he plays a role that the other guys are not doing. If you have Albert Wilson, then there's no need to force Lynn Bowden or Malcolm Perry to suddenly become guys they are not yet. If you have Albert Wilson out there, you have a guy who can make guys miss, but you can trust him to make those catches that everybody is saying Jakeem Grant cannot make. And not only if you have Albert Wilson,
we're watching him not make them.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But if you have Albert Wilson out there, then suddenly everything becomes a lot easier for everybody else, because you need somebody to be watching for Wilson to make those plays, which means that Grant becomes more open. Parker doesn't have to work so hard. Wilson gets that separation that other guys are not getting.
So I agree with your theory. I 100% agree that there is a receiver out there who could easily make this offense a lot scarier, who can easily go ahead and give Devontae a free space to not get doubled every team, who could give Jakeem the opportunity to be a second or third or fourth
option. There goes
Kai's
camera.
But I don't think.
Oh damn! My camera actually just died. Hold up, I'll be back. Listen, bro.
Once a show at least.
He's consistent.
Yeah, I'm consistent. Unlike Jakeem Grant's hands.
No, but yeah, man, I agree with what you're saying, Lou. I agree with your principle. I don't see Albert being that dynamic of a player to change a whole offense. I do think we need a player like that. I feel like a Devontae Smith, a Waddle will do that. A Chase will do that. But yeah, we need to get to some help, man.
Are we just picking names off of a sheet though? Because are any of these players like essentially the same thing that Parker does already? That 50-50 ball catching guy?
No. Jamar Chase is a smaller guy. Like, all these guys are about 5'10", 5'11". They're not like 6'2", 6'3", like possession receivers per se. They're explosive threats. Like Waddle from Alabama. Like, he's 5'10". I think 215, I think it was. And he'll run a 4.3, a low 4.3. You see Devontae Smith be more of a polished receiver where he'll be able to get open more on longer catches and things like that. But we got to find an identity first. We got to decide, okay, are we gonna go spread and give two of the keys to the Ferrari, or we want to play a Dak Prescott type of ball where we give him a tough offensive line and a good running game and build off of that. Like I think that's the first question we got to answer heading into the offseason.
And here's something else we have to remember now that has been reported. Devontae Parker did not come out with the team when they came out for the second half.
Rough, man. Rough.
To mention this, so I know that when I was switching my batteries, you guys were talking about in the draft and one of our receivers. One thing I do want to mention, although yes, maybe it's just my Gators bias, I was tweeting out yesterday, and I will stand by it. Kadarius Toney is going to make an NFL team extremely happy. He already has some of the skill set that some of these Dolphins players have. If you're continuing to think that they're going to develop that way. However, if that is one of the choices they decide to go, whether it's us or another team, hopefully not in the AFC East, he's going to make a team happy.
Armando Salguero reporting. Parker has just returned to the sideline with everybody else. So maybe
there you go.
Maybe not all hope is lost after all.
But yeah, Kadarius Toney, if he's an option, I mean,
could you get him in the second or third round?
Of course, yes. No, he will be. No, he's going to be a second or third round player.
Then that opens things. That's why we have to look at the skill set.
He's small. He's smaller. He's 5'11", so he's a little bit, but
that's Albert Wilson side.
He's dynamic. He is. He's a dynamic player. In punt returns, kick returns, he gets the ball, he runs after the catch. I mean, he single-handedly, despite some of the Kyle Trask stuff, he carried the Gators offense the past 3 games. And especially in the games that Kyle Pitts was out, who's also going to make an NFL team very happy, but definitely not us. I'd be shocked.
All right, so let's play this game. Your guy from the Gators, how much of a drop off from him to the guys that we're talking about first round drafters? Waddle, Chase, all them.
I would like to let Juan kind of touch on that one a little bit.
Honestly, I don't really follow the Gators that well. I know for sure I've seen Jamar Chase.
Yeah, that's why this question was for you.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I like
and stuff like that, but
I like Kadarius Toney a lot. I think that he's a dynamic player. I don't think that he's a first round talent right now, but he showed this year in his senior year what he can do. And
what's missing? That he's not a first rounder.
I have to look at things more and more in depth. All I see is him catch the ball and go far, and
that's a good start to
look, man.
He's a dynamic player. Look, when
that's how things work with scouting. They catch your eye and then you dig deeper.
Yeah, and then you build into it. Yeah.
His run after the catch has just been insane this season. And again, as I said, he's single. I know Trask had a great year. Kyle Pitts is amazing. He's going to be a first round tight end. He's going to make a team happy as well. But his run after the catch is, the heart that he had shown, especially yesterday, it's get me the football, catching the ball, taking the hits, doing whatever he needs to do. I mean, he got lit up twice last week off of punt returns. He got lit up once. And it's just he's just a dynamic player. I'd look into more things just because I know my Gators bias is there, but he will be in the Senior Bowl, and that's something to look at. I don't think he's going to go in the first round, but it's just something to look at.
All right, so the game's back on. Here comes Patrick Mahomes. We're hoping we can make a stop here. Kai, injuries everywhere. So this is not how you wanted to get Jakeem Grant off the football field. So now questionable with a leg injury is Grant. Parker's still questionable with a leg injury. Now Bobby, we're on the commercial because Bobby McCain is down again. We're going to be out of starters by the time this game is over if this keeps up.
Yo, call Earl Thomas.
I don't think the team wants Earl Thomas.
No, I'm kidding. Hey, man, I don't know, man.
At some point, you just run out of hits to take, right? You just punch drunk. It's like, yeah, can't do it no more.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the safety thing, Bobby, I think, has played better than and maybe, I don't know about you, I think a lot of other Dolphins fans as well thought he would this season. Name is losing me right now. Oh my God. Antoine Winfield Jr. Fan, and I really wanted him either at the end of the first round or the beginning of the second. Of course, the Buccaneers took him. I really wanted him. I really, really wanted him. But now, that's going to have to be Eric Rowe and Brandon Jones is going to have to step up more than he's already had to step up so far this season. So, hey, listen, you know what? If there's any team right now that are going to be able to try to overcome adversity, I think it's the two teams that are playing on the field. So it's going to be which one does it better than the other. Take your bets, place what you know of. But I think the two teams right now that, at least from a Dolphin side of point of view, I think that we all think that they overcome adversity really well under Brian Flores. But the Kansas City Chiefs are the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Again, these Super Bowl defending champs are who they are for a reason.
Yes. Yep. It's listen, hey, take a deep breath, try to get a stop here and go forward. If anything, if they continue to drive down the field, bend but don't break, give the ball back to your rookie QB, go down the field, and you got to get points, preferably a touchdown, but you got to get points.
That'd be nice.
That Jason Sanders rare miss looms large now as well. But look, I don't think that we should. We were down during halftime. We are down now. I know Dolphins Twitter is a little bit down. I don't think we should be as down as we are. I know we get fired up as fans and even analysts, whatever, looking at it. But you got to keep going. Look on the positive side and hope that things get better. I know game's back now.
All right, let's go. Well,
I don't want to talk about it, bro. I just graduated, so you know what?
congratulations to Kai for graduating.
That's all that's important today. Dolphins played today.
Well, we knew.
Graduated.
That's why I was like, I had a feeling, man. I didn't think it was gonna go well, but this is
Hey,
why.
look, at least
This
I was
team is-
wrong. My
this-
faith, you know.
This team was out of gas, man. This team's out of gas. Like you look at it, it just looks slow. They look like they're out of it.
Yep.
And even Tua, like, what's up with Tua? All of a sudden, he's throwing dead ducks towards the
Ducks.
ground, a la
Yeah.
Jay Cutler.
I have no idea. I don't know, man. Truthfully, I don't know. I wish I could give you an answer. Like,
I don't want
don't
to
know,
say
man.
what's on my mind because you're going to get mad at me.
Ryan Fitzpatrick in the game.
They need a spark. And he likes to throw to Gesicki, whether it's a good idea or not.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Because if they want to at least make it so that it's not a complete embarrassment, Tua's going to have to throw to the guy that
It's okay, but it's not going to be a
success
complete embarrassment. Let's calm down a little, you know.
with.
Let's
Kai, it's already on its way there. Punt return touchdown.
no,
28-10.
no. Let's calm down a little bit. All right, we're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
Is that you
You know?
just trying to talk things into existence, or do you actually believe this?
I mean, look, I actually believe it, but also, like, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Look, like, I did not think that it was going to go in the way in which it is going in right now. If I want to be completely honest with you, like, yes, you know, Dolphins fans, you know, think the way that they think, and everyone thought that we were gonna lose. Like, yeah, I thought that there was a chance we were gonna win. Hence why I said we were going to win by 3 points. Obviously, clearly wrong. At least as of right now. But hey, like, I just don't. This is not the same Dolphins team that sits there, bends over backwards, and gets their butts kicked. Sorry, Ethan, gets their butts kicked. All right, it's just I just don't think that it is. Like, I don't know. I don't think that this is the same team that gets
in the
blown
first
out.
quarter.
But yeah, that as well. Look, you know, there's still a lot of time left to play. We thought that the Chiefs were done for when they were playing the 49ers in the Super Bowl. All of a sudden, that's not what happened. I mean, the 49ers were dominating them. The Texans were dominating them. That's like everything in that situation. We're not the same thing as the Chiefs, but look, anything is possible. I don't think we need to, you know.
Let's see if they can get things back in gear here. Nowhere to go with that ball, Kai.
I wonder if these people. Wait, I just saw that. We're not going to call a roughing the passer on that. Are you
Roughing the kicker. What happened?
roughing the kicker? Sorry.
Did Hawk get knocked down?
Foot got clipped. Oh, yeah, bro.
That should have at least been running into the kicker.
Mm-hmm.
Well, supposedly the gunner on that punt return touchdown got completely knocked over and nothing happened. There have been a lot of calls that have been going Kansas City's way. Or rather, I should say non-calls. So there is that. Not that we can blame this game on penalties.
No,
Like in the slightest.
not at all. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm kind of reaching a point where we just kind of have to go back to what it was like at the beginning of the season. And we'd have to just kind of look like, are there any positives that we can take from any of this?
What do you mean?
Like, remember what this season started as was that whether they won or lost, we were supposed to be looking for development, some ray of sunshine that we can look at and say, this guy got better. This guy is showing something. This guy is doing X, Y, and Z. And that's why we have hope for the future. That's what I'm starting to feel like this game has to be looked at as one of those learning experience games that the winner of the loss doesn't really make a difference. It's more about what actually happened on the football field. But I'm struggling to even think that far because Austin Jackson is getting absolutely railroaded by Clark over and over and over again, which I guess even that is a learning experience. It's like, welcome to the big leagues facing a real pass rusher.
Yeah.
A lot of mistakes at the beginning of the game. The ineligible receivers down the field thing, that's ridiculous. Jesse Davis, like they said rookie mistakes. Like Jesse Davis is not a rookie, so that doesn't count.
Not a rookie.
So,
hey, man,
like, can we find any?
I just think, like, look, I'm seeing a lot of the one thing that I won't take, and again, I always preface this by saying that I was a Herbert guy coming into the draft, and it was on health. To sit here and continue to blame, Tua and say that he's been having a horrible day. There's a couple misses. There are a couple misreads. The one where you passed out to Devontae that should have been, probably should have came down with that. Should have gone to Jakeem Grant over the middle. But come on, this is getting ridiculous. Like there's no one out on the field. Yeah, no games back, but yeah.
Do we want to talk about it?
Damn.
Juan,
That's all I gotta say, man. Damn. Ted Karras. Ted Karras, man.
Ted, Juan, we can't hear you, man. Can't hear you, Juan.
I'll try to figure it out. Nah, still nothing. Well, I'll figure it out. Hey, man. I don't know, man.
That kind of feels like that's all we're saying now anymore. It's like, I don't know, man.
I
Because
guess
there's
it's
not really
just
anything you can say. Like, what analysis can we provide that can say, well, this is what they can do next? It almost feels like we've pretty much surrendered at this point. Like, throw up the white flag.
I don't think it's pretty much surrendered. I just think the defense has done what it has been able to do, and talking heads and pundits tomorrow will blame this entire game on Tua. I think we saw Chan call a really good game in the first half. You know, you lose your starting receiver, your number one, not in the game. Your supposed number two receivers dropping passes left and right. Tua did have a couple mistakes. It's going to happen. He's a rookie. Patrick Mahomes, MVP, probably the best quarterback in the league right now. He's making mistakes too. It happens. I just think that, you know what? Let's say that they don't get some sort of crazy 20-point comeback here towards the end of the game. You look to the Browns game tomorrow. You hope that the Ravens get that one, you hope that the Browns get that one. And then it's still you control your own destiny. 2 out of 4, and if you can, 3 out of 4, which is extremely possible in these next 3. So just gotta look at it and learn.
Yeah, it's like we talked about in pregame. All it takes is one quarter for Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, and I mean this time it was a punt return. It was all this stuff, a safety now. It's rough. I mean,
Tua didn't throw it away though. He just stood there.
I mean,
By the
yeah,
way, that sack had nothing to do with Davenport coming in. By the way, just want to say for the
No,
record.
that was Ted Karras.
Yeah, that was Ted Karras and Jesse Davis. And again, I think it was a stunt. I'm gonna have to go back after the game to see, but I believe that was a stunt. Where Karras just left that hole right there, and Jesse Davis basically was guarding 2 players. So it's tough.
Yep.
Well, here comes the safety punt. It's backyard football for the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes
Yes.
is jumping around back there, making tosses, little sidearms here and there, and it ends up going complete
He's
for yards every time.
They're just drawing the play up in the mud and just saying, "Go run, and I'll find you eventually." Did you see them not even block Wilkins on that play and just kind of, I'll just drift back a couple. Oh, boop, here you go.
That's the frustration playing the Kansas City Chiefs, man. There's
That's
nothing you can do
talent.
anymore.
That's talent. That's talent. That's just with good coaching and a generational quarterback. That's the result.
Generational quarterback, generational wide receivers.
Not only a generational quarterback, guys. Remember, he said that he did not even learn how to read NFL defenses till halfway through last season.
Yeah,
he was an MVP winner, and he didn't know how to read defenses. And if not for an offsides call, would have won that Super Bowl against the Rams. Like, it's insane.
It's insane. It's wild. It's freaking insane.
Oh my god!
And it's hard to place blame even on Eric Rowe because I don't know what you do in that. There's just you can't defend that. It's a perfect pass. It's a perfect catch because even his hand was right there. He even he touched the ball, but there's just nothing you could do with Kelsey. It's impressive. It's impressive. I think Kai, you mentioned it earlier, like that they might repeat. I for sure would not be surprised.
It would shock me. Again, the only team. Look, I did think that we were going to win this game. I thought there was potential. I thought coming into the first half that it would be better. I didn't think we were going to win. But I predicted a win, and I won't back off of that. I can get toasted as much as anyone wants to, but I just don't think that there's a team in the AFC that's going to beat them. Again, I think that the Steelers are frauds. I've been saying that for weeks now as well, by the way, just not after a loss. I think the only team that can contest them is the Packers. Truthfully, I think that's the only team that can contest them.
Is it because Aaron Rodgers is the original Patrick Mahomes?
It's just that's the only team. I mean, Saints, I don't think so. The Rams, they've been starting to play better, both offensively and defensively, but
Jared Goff is their quarterback.
And you see you see when you get a good defense in front of them, what happens.
And then Vikings, Cardinals,
no.
Bucks,
Saints is interesting.
No.
Saints is interesting if depending on what happens with Taysom Hill and everything, but
Seahawks, their defense is too bad.
We looked better against Seahawks than we did against Kansas City. We played both of them.
Hey, it'll be interesting. Look, we're gonna go through another fourth quarter here, and we'll. It's okay. Get some drinks ready. All
right, back on.
I mean, all right, what a way to answer.
But that's
Like,
what
First,
we're doing all
first-
game long.
but first, I just want to say that was Xavier Howard's statement play.
his
For
Heisman play, as you
defensive-
said on Twitter.
That's 100%. That's the play where you look back into the year and you're like, that's the one that's gonna solidify him in the world, and he's gonna be on top 10 Sports Center and all that stuff.
Best corner in the league.
Easily, bro. A one-handed play that
Like
that
this-
reminded me so
against
much of
Tyreek Hill.
Megatron. Yeah,
When you
versus
tweeted that out, that's
Greg
exactly what. Yep, that's exactly when he was literally bending in the end zone.
Grant. Bro.
That is one of the greatest interceptions I've ever seen from
Yeah,
the
man.
Brent Grimes one, not the X one. Hey, go, Lewis. You look like you're ready to say something.
No,
Lay it
I
out,
was
man.
I'm just saying that I'm honestly I'm frustrated. They should have been going to Gesicki all game long. Every
All
time they
afternoon.
get a good play on offense, it's been Mike Gesicki.
100%
What takes them so long
to get to
go
it.
back there?
Yep.
And it's not that again. I don't even know how much I can blame on Changeli because it's not like Gesicki's on the bench. He's a target. He's available to throw to. Why are they not getting it to him all the time?
No idea. Quickly want to mention this though because I guess something I don't know, but right now, even with a loss, I don't know how this works. I guess I had gotten some sort of math wrong and everything. The Miami Dolphins would still sit at 7, regardless of a Ravens win, Colts win or lose, or Raiders win or lose. The Dolphins would still sit at 7, thus still, as we stay at the top, controlling their own destiny. Just for those watching and for everyone else, literally it doesn't matter any result anywhere. Even if the Ravens win, they'll move behind the Dolphins, and the Colts will actually move behind the Ravens. And again, Dolphins just control their own destiny. So there you go.
There's still plenty of time left in the game, so who knows? Maybe you're right, Kai. Maybe anything is possible. Maybe.
Hey, listen,
Mahomes gets a little
Kevin
too close
Garnett
to
said it
the
best.
interception.
Anything is possible. Anything
Maybe
is possible.
Maybe he gets too cozy and throws another pick.
I was kind of shocked.
3 picks.
that
He threw more picks today than he has the entire rest of the season.
year.
I mean, he's
bro.
if we want to be real with it, he's thrown 1. If we want to be real with it, the stats just say he's thrown 2 have been tipped.
And then
Well, the second one was his fault for sure. He threw it a little too high on the second one, but the
And
first
what
one was
the third
tipped.
one? He threw an
The
interception.
third one, he threw an interception. No, I'm just saying. Look. I agree with you guys. He threw 3 interceptions. I'm just saying, he threw one of those, or 2. You could say 2. Anyways, we're back.
Miami cannot have nice things. Mike Gesicki is injured, grabbing his right shoulder, and he looks like he's really hurting.
Yep.
So what? That leaves Adam Shaheen.
Oh no, it looked like he got. Oh.
Bro, he either broke his collarbone or.
Oh man. His neck. Ow.
I'm hoping that it's not as bad as you guys are suggesting.
You know
Louis,
the
you're
crazy
sorry.
thing.
We thought Eric Flowers was
Bad, yeah.
completely.
Yeah,
That one looked even like that. I was hurting watching the replay of the Eric Flowers one.
I said going into the year that the three players we could not afford to lose in order was Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki, Preston Williams.
All three are gone.
Oh man,
Truly incredible, for real.
it's insane. It's insane. It's like the positions where we didn't like put emphasis on with free agency or draft picks are the ones that we're hurting the most in with depth, because like not for nothing, but with the offensive line, I feel like we've had injuries and we've had moving pieces, but now that we've put so much like capital into there, sometimes like we have depth now. Like if God forbid Karras goes out, I feel like Dieter going in there as a 3rd-round pick, like he has talent. Like we have pieces in there, but
Dieter's
They're
an
looking at his
interesting
arm
one,
and his
man.
shoulder, so maybe it's not the collarbone.
Man, come on, Mike.
I mean, not to downplay things, but I've hurt myself like bang something and I've just kind of like incapacitated myself. Like when you bang your head against the table and you're just kind of down on the floor, like in the moment, and then it just starts to
and it fades away.
One can only hope. One can only hope. All right,
Oh,
let's
man.
go. Game on. And
right.
that will go ahead and end it. The Miami Dolphins fought to the very last whistle, but they came up short. Dolphins scored 27, Chiefs 33. So
Can I start us off real quick?
absolutely, go ahead. This is our post-game show. So Kai,
I-
Juan, and myself.
First of all, thank you for everyone who's been tuning in throughout the who saw Yard Prep, who was in the in game and now in post game. Thank you guys. Second of all, anybody who can go on Twitter right now and tweet the words "This game was Tua's fault" or tweet the words "Tua sucks," I need you to hand in your phone, your internet. You need to cancel your internet plan. Anything you do not deserve to be tweeting or have an opinion on this. I just got to be honest. Like, was it rough early on? Yeah, 100%. Was it the greatest game in the world? Not by any means. But if you can legitimately sit here and tell me that this game is Tua's fault, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I'd argue we only got the points we got because of Tua and how much he was able to do with how little he had.
Yeah. Like, so many people were saying a JV team is what he was playing with, and he literally brought them back 7 points. Yes, maybe something happens, you bring the game into overtime, if not for the safety, if not for the missed field goal, whatever. But, like, come on now. Be sensible here. But, Lewis, of course, if you want to get into the actual game, it's just that kind of stuff was pissing me off throughout the game. I don't understand how you could legitimately watch this team and go, no, this entire game, Tua's fault.
No, I understand the frustration, but and I believe me, I'm with you that Tua did an incredible job at the end. But there's something that Juan was saying that it makes me feel like, and believe me, the whole team flopped hard on offense, but there were some moments there where Tua could have made things better for the team.
Right.
The safety was a big one. That made a big difference, that they couldn't just go for the touchdown. They had to try to do field goal and then a touchdown. If Tua had gotten rid of if Tua just thrown the ball away instead of standing there in the end zone, taking the hit very, I hate to say it. It sounds going to be Birdie Tannehill-esque. It's just, he just stood there and took the hit instead of getting rid of it. It feels like that would have made a difference. Jason Sanders missing his field goal, and believe me, I'm not going to just say, oh, Sanders just missed. There was a guy right in his face. It was very difficult to focus on the ball when it looks like you're about to get crushed. So,
yeah, I
missed opportunities is the name of this game. Missed opportunities, bad fundamentals on certain aspects. It screwed the team over big time.
And at the end of the day, and Juan, I think you could touch on this more as well, is like, if you we were here at 30-10, and the three of us were deflated. We were deflated. We were not expecting to be blown out, be down by 20 points, and to come back and make those plays, for the defense to step up and do what they did. For that third down stop by Raekwon Davis, I know you had tweeted out, Juan, as well. Like, that's what you drafted him to be able to do. That's what, when you drafted him, that's why Brian Flores was so hyped up to have him, because he was one of those players that was going to hopefully develop and be a piece for that defense and make plays for that defense. You go with the 4th and 1 to Tyreek Hill. It sucks. It hurts. They get the field goal. Harrison Butker, he's a great kicker. He's going to make that 10 out of 10. But to sit here and then be upset when your team came back and fought and pushed to the very, very last second, onside kick wasn't really the greatest, but come on now.
It softens the blow, but at the same time, it stings a little more, though, Kai, if we're being honest. Because and you know why it stings more? Because it was this close. Could you have imagined if they had come back and made a Chiefs-like comeback on the Chiefs? Could you imagine?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I guess it does sting a little bit more, but I think I was deflated, and now I'm like, okay, you know what? It's okay, especially after looking at the fact that no matter what happens the rest of today, that the Dolphins still sit at 7 and control their own destiny. Felt really good for me. But as Tony Romo and Jim Nantz said, that game against the Raiders, you can't lose to the Patriots next week. You can't lose to the Patriots next week.
Yeah.
And
I
then
sincerely doubt they will if the Patriots are gonna continue playing the way they've been playing.
you
Do
can't
anything at that point. Like,
cannot lose to the
if
Patriots.
they did this to Mahomes, I'm expecting like 4 picks on Canton.
And this is a different Dolphins defense. We've been saying it every single week since we've been doing the pre's and the posts.
correct.
The Dolphins defense is completely different. A
level.
mindset, a play,
Yeah.
everything from what it was in week 1. Completely different.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I don't think I for sure didn't expect us to be so dominant on the defensive side of the ball. And for me, like Kai, like yeah, for sure, I was dejected with the 30-10 score. But you ultimately still saw like Tua like still rally his guys. He's like, I didn't see anybody dejected. I didn't see any of the players like giving up and doing uncharacteristic mistakes or penalties or anything like that. Like we stayed disciplined throughout. We fought throughout, and realistically, like we outscored them in the fourth quarter. And if we had made that field goal early on, if Devontae catches that touchdown early on, if we do 2 or 3, 4, maybe 5 different plays that go our way, we're talking about a completely different game here. We might still be playing at this point.
Yeah, even on that Devontae touchdown drop, out of the mistakes that Tua made, that was one of them. You had Jakeem wide open in the middle of the field. I think all 3 of us would agree that Jakeem's going to punch that in. I mean, he had space for days. So that's a mistake. But at the same time, that's like rookies are going to make mistakes. 3 or 4 weeks ago, when was the last time that you heard Justin Herbert's name? I want to ask truthfully.
I don't say his name.
Because 3 or 4 weeks ago, everyone was harping on Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert looks better than Tua. Tua sucks. All of that stuff. I haven't heard it since.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah,
I haven't heard it since. Like, it's just this is the stuff that we're set for years right now with Tua. He's going to develop, and he's going to be the guy. And you know what? Right now, it's about a playoff push. You win 2 of these next 3, and hopefully you should be golden. But that game against the Raiders is the one that's the big one. You have to win
all 3 games.
They could easily win all 3 games. 100%.
In this season, 11-5.
100% agree.
Because New England's next. Not scared of them anymore.
At all.
What's the next one? Buffalo after that?
Raiders and then Buffalo.
Raiders. That's
Yeah.
right.
Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders were the team that actually did beat Kansas City, but they are not.
They've been I was really high on the Raiders coming into the season, but they've just been flip-flopping like crazy. It's just kind of like the Colts, in all honesty. The Colts defense is really good, though, but there's just certain things about some of these AFC teams, again, and then some of the NFC teams. But hey, they fought, and as you mentioned, Juan, like that's the Brian Flores led team mentality. We're down 20 points we were down 20 going into the fourth quarter, correct? I might be wrong, but I believe it was going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was 30-10 when we went into the fourth.
And you brought it there, like it's just
it's the fight, man. It's the fight. We got dogs. We got people who aren't going to lay down for nobody. You saw Kinley. He grabbed up and said, "Come here, Matthew. You're a little guy. Don't come over here. I don't care how much money
it looked like
earned."
he was trying to get Matthew away, which was the smart thing to do, by the
But
way.
regardless, like I see
you're looking to
Matthew.
pick a fight, and
And I see
you know that if Kinley had accepted that fight, the Dolphins will be going back. You know it.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. We would have got the flag. Yeah. I love the fight of this team. I love the spirit of this team. I love everything that we try to embody and everything that we try to instill every single play. I do wish we had more playmakers. I do wish we had more at the skill positions with running backs and wide receivers.
That's the crazy thing. Look how many. I don't want to blame this game on injuries, but it feels like you can point to so many things to say this is why we lost. Injuries everywhere. Oh my God. No Devontae Parker. Lost Gesicki at the fourth quarter. Lost Jakeem Grant. He's hurt somewhere. That's why Callaway's returning punts. So whether you think that's good or bad is a different story. But
he can return. Hey, he can return punts. I'm just letting you know.
No Gaskin.
He did.
We got Michael in here now. Hello, Michael. How are you?
Michael.
Yo.
I thought you weren't gonna be here today, man. What's up?
Dude, we just got back. My wife and I took a little quick escape vacation but I couldn't help but follow the game all day on my phone. So
I mean, it's the Dolphins and the Chiefs, but we were just talking about the crazy injury stuff. So I think Austin Jackson came back in, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, he
So,
did.
thank God for that. But no, still, no Gesicki. That injury looked really bad. He was going in the locker room with his arm hanging like this off a trainer.
Yeah.
So that's not good. Devontae Parker, leg injury, never came back. Grant tried to come back for a little while, but he left again. Still no Preston Williams, who's still on IR.
That's one of the things I was going to mention. I know that you brought it up last week. Is what's
yeah, what's going on?
Preston?
Yeah.
What's going on? It was supposed to be he was designated for the 3-week IR, was he not? Like I could be wrong, but I swear he was designated.
So I think the injury was worse than that. So
let me look.
But either way, it's like no Preston Williams, no Parker, no Gesicki now, no Gaskin, no Breida, no Grant, no. Like you were left with pretty much Lynn Bowden, who by the way he had a pretty darn good game today. Mac Hollins, who made a very impressive. Just got around the defender.
Something that Jakeem Grant didn't do today.
By the
way.
Louis, I'm sorry, but you're gonna live and die on that hill by yourself, bro.
I'm not even talking about Grant right now. You're.
We just have to make sure. We have to make sure to remind you every week.
I will continue to say that Grant is a playmaker who, if you put him in the right position, can make plays for you. Okay. I'm not talking about him as a pure wide receiver. I'm saying use him properly and he will make plays for you.
Love that.
Can we agree on that?
I love that statement, bro. 100%.
Can agree on that. 100%.
Okay. So with that said, let's go ahead. So we'll continue to go down the list. Lynn Bowden was there. Malcolm Perry. I still want to get more out of him. I don't know why they were letting Bowden throw the football when Perry's the better quarterback between the two of them.
I think it's what Juan said early on, though. Like that, you're just with Perry. You're either expecting at least
so put them both out there.
And that's what they did, though. And then Lynn Bowden was making plays.
We have to do that later on.
I'm talking about put them both back in the same play.
In the same backfield.
Yeah,
that'd be creative. I agree.
Is he going to throw it? Are you going to throw it?
You put both of them out there in Wildcat. You really wouldn't know who's even taking the snap to start off the play.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's what I've been wanting. That's what I want. If they're going to
we have to give some ups to Chan though. I know, like it was getting a little rough, but I think
that was getting controversial.
No, I don't blame Chan for this game.
I'm not against it, by the way. I agree with you.
Yeah,
but
you have to give Chan some.
Very angry about Chan Gailey's.
They can be angry just as we all have been every single game this entire year, and we have not been quiet on that. Like especially at 5R, not in the postgame and pre and articles and videos. None of 5 Reasons has been quiet on that. There have been some people like Alfredo who has liked the play calling and 3YPC. They've liked some of the play calling, just some of the decisions, but a lot of us have been very upset with it. I think one of the things that you can say with Chan is he called a good game. There was still some mistakes with Chan. There's still some mistakes that Tua made, of course, but he called a good game. I gotta say. But again, if you go into to add this, if you go into the offseason and you're saying to yourself as a fan, as a coach, as a front office, Chris Greer, that you're not going to have wide receiver be your number one target for an asset, then you're living in a fictional land or on something that you need to share with the rest of us.
Okay, so let's play this game then. Who's worth retaining?
At what position though? At receiver?
Lynn Bowden for sure. Malcolm Perry, I think you have to. Well, I don't think you designate him as a wide receiver, would you?
I designate him
just
as
offensive weapon.
What was it that they tried? That the Jacksonville Jaguars tried to do an offensive weapon.
Yeah.
That's literally like.
I keep Preston.
Mac Hollins.
Preston.
That's the thing. We're literally naming the entire core that we want to keep. We want to keep Parker. We want to keep Williams. We want to keep Lynn Bowden.
I think you have to look. You have to make a tough. You have to make a tough decision. Right, but do you keep for Bowden was doing more of a wide receiver thing today, but coming into it, I mean, the Raiders tried making him a running back. Obviously, they didn't like how that worked, and that looks like a pretty good trade, at least for the past couple weeks. It's looked like a pretty good trade right now. Maybe, technically you could put that in with the Raekwon McMillan trade, and maybe you want some of that run stopping, but they weren't going to re-sign him anyways. Take with that how you want.
He looks solid. Raekwon Davis.
Yeah, now it's getting better.
Yeah,
but I mean,
So Lewis, so I'm gonna close off because I gotta head out, but I'll basically let you know that for me it's back to the same question. Are we gonna focus on building Tennessee type of team? Are we gonna focus on building a spread option type of team like Kansas City? Because if we're gonna go spread option Kansas City, then we're gonna need 6-7 wide receivers, and Jakeem's gonna be a specialist. You're gonna see Matt Collins go primarily with special teams. Malcolm Perry and Lynn Bowden are probably realistically for me are going to battle for one spot. And then I would like to have either like I said earlier, Jamar Chase or one of the two Bama boys, and I feel like that would be a solid wide receiving core to start off with before we even start to talk about Gesicki.
Yeah.
All right, I can understand that. So. Thank you,
guys.
Juan, for appreciate your time. And I thought Kai was not I thought it was Juan.
No, hold on.
Every week.
How is this possible? No, it's been twice already.
Oh my gosh! Look with this team from the wide receiver standpoint, right? Parker's gonna stay. I mean, his contract is still for what, another 3 years,
something like that.
So Parker's not going anywhere, and I'm fine with that. I think Parker and Tua, once they get in sync, are gonna be fine. Williams, I think Williams can still play really well. Him and Tua were playing really well together. What was it, the Arizona game? Or the week before that?
They were building some kind of a connection, but the same thing that plagues Grant is the same thing that plagues Williams. So Grant has speed in bad hands, Williams has size in bad hands. So
I just think it's going to be hard to call it for next year, right? Because if you look at last year's team, you would have said the entire running back room is out the door. And here we are, we missed Myles Gaskin, right? Or Myles Gaskin at the end of last year, we would have been like, if he makes the team or doesn't, it's not that big a deal. And then he became our number one guy, right? Although I don't think he should be the number one guy again for next year. It's one of those things that you kind of just got to watch and see. I think they're just going to bring in a bunch of wide receivers and let them compete for the spots.
That's the thing about it, though, Mike, is that I don't feel like the fact that
you need a guy. You need a guy. Like, you can bring in a bunch of people, but you need the guy.
But wasn't Parker the guy last year?
That's fine. But let's
right
say
now
that's fine. We need the guy. Fine. Number one wide receiver. Our DeAndre Hopkins. Our DK Metcalf. Our whatever. Whoever you want to throw out there. That's fine. But do you need to bring in a whole army of wide receivers? Because we literally just named off four guys right off the bat who we said we want to keep for next year.
I don't think you need to bring an army in, but you need to bring competition. And as Juan said, I think, with Malcolm Perry and Lynn Bowden, they're going to be fighting for the spot. And as it stands right now, if you're going to kind of get off of recent weeks, that's going to go to Lynn Bowden. It's not going to go to Malcolm Perry. So if it comes down to that situation, though we were very, very, very hyped, and the things that we heard of his connection with Tua and camp and how this would be a 7th round pick that would actually stick, and it's not looking that way. But then if you look in the draft, you look in free agency, if you look wherever, I mean, people have been talking about, of course, this is fandom. I don't think I've seen any actual reporting with it. Correct me, both of you guys, if I'm wrong here, but people have been talking about the Juju thing since literally like the week 3. I mean, you're not going to go out and get Allen Robinson because Allen Robinson is Devontae Parker. Like, you have to just look for a game changer and something. You need something. Whether that's in the draft with either, as Juan said, Chase or the two Bama boys, or later on in the draft, however you want to do it, you just have to figure it out.
Listen, I'd also argue too, and some people may not agree with this, and that's fine. I'd try to go get a tight end. Not that Mike Gesicki's not good.
I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it.
Not that Mike Gesicki's not good, because I love Mike Gesicki. I just don't think Mike Gesicki gives you that traditional, you can put him in line and they don't know if he's going to block. They don't know if he's going to catch kind of thing, right? Shaheen and Smythe are okay. But I think Gesicki now, you've got him to a point where he's playing a Jimmy Graham type role. And I think if you can get another tight end that plays inside, I think that would really help this team out a lot too.
Because, of course, when you hear tight end, a lot of fans are going to go to Kyle Pitts or someone like that because that's just who's been wowing the country thus far this year.
Yeah, but he's University of Florida, so I'm good.
Not only funny enough, but it's just he's damn talented though, Michael. But he is essentially doing that same role that Mike Gesicki's going to do. Why are you going to get the same sort of?
I don't want that.
You're
I don't
not
want that
going to
again.
do that.
Yeah,
you're not going to do that. So
But you do want to get somebody who can catch the football, though. Can Kyle Pitts not block?
He's been doing better in recent weeks, but he was out for a week. He had a concussion after a nasty hit in the Georgia game. I think it was a Georgia game. But he's going to play that same role, and he's been doing that for Florida this year. That Mike Gesicki is playing for us now, which is go down the field, make the big catch, get the yards that we need.
Right.
So you're not gonna make a play for him. That would be shocking.
And this is why, actually, you know what? Even though it's a loss, I need to take a moment to do this. We need to give, again, credit to the coaching staff for what they've done with these guys. And here's why. We hung in there with the Chiefs this long. Tua did everything he did and got them within 6 points twice. And that's even with all the holes that we are currently pointing out. Offensive line needs work. Running back desperately needs an overhaul. Wide receiver needs more pieces. Tight end could stand to get an upgrade.
Yep.
On defense, the linebacker core, I'm still saying I wish I could have Micah Parsons. That would be awesome. I feel like that would be like the final piece.
I mean, that pick is going up and up. So
and Baker did exactly what we've said Baker's best at today, right? Where he blitzed really well. Right. Yeah. If you could let him do that freely in every game, because you've got a good linebacker back there for coverage or whatever else.
Jerome Baker is a rich man's Philip Wheeler. He can do a little more than Wheeler, but blitzing is a little.
That's a little.
I think he's better than Wheeler, but sure.
Rich man's Philip Wheeler, because the best thing he does is blitz, but he can do some other stuff too.
Yeah,
but he's really good at blitzing, which is what Philip Wheeler was known for.
I mean, I'm surprised. Okay, so I'll tell you how it is, right? I'm following the game on my phone. We play an amazing first quarter defensively, just blow everybody's minds, and it's just shocking to follow. We left points on the field in the first quarter that I think we desperately needed, right? Against the
think about it, 4 points off of that field goal from going to Devontae instead of, and again, I don't know if you want to look at the two mistakes
and the
game, that was one of them.
That Sanders missed, which I get it. Sanders doesn't miss, and I'm not going to blame anything on Sanders, but against a team like the Chiefs, there were so many moments and so many misses that we had that this final score, in my opinion, is just a reflection on those missed opportunities.
Let me answer that if either Manny or Lewis, whoever's. So for Thomas, Pena, I don't know. There's not the little, but anyways, so luckily for the Dolphins, and it's something that I got wrong in a thread that I had done earlier this week on Twitter, or I might have gotten it right. I can't remember. I was trying to look for it, but I couldn't find it. A Raiders or Colts win does not matter today, and neither does a Ravens or Browns tomorrow. The Dolphins would sit at 7th. The only thing that matters in that situation is that you would be behind the Raiders if they win against the Colts. But as you mentioned, the Colts are winning right now. If not, you'd be behind the Colts. So no matter what happens today, at the end of the day, the Dolphins are going to finish at 7, unless anything else here is wrong. But that's what it has. No matter what happens the rest of the way today, the Dolphins would still sit at 7, regardless of any other scores around the league in the AFC.
But this is what we want. I mean, we want the Browns to win. The Colts are winning.
You want the Browns to win and the Colts to win just because it makes things a little bit easier. But again, as we mentioned at the top in pregame, I know, Michael, that you weren't here for pregame, but one of the things that we mentioned at the top at pregame was that the one thing that they really need to do is control their own destiny, and they have that chance. I mean, earlier in the week in that thread that I made, it was 2 out of 4. You need 2 out of 4. And the special teams touchdown, you're correct. You need 2 out of 4. 3 out of 4 guarantees you a playoff spot no matter what, but you need 2 out of 4. As Lewis had mentioned earlier, getting 3 out of 4 still is not that, out of the,
I mean, this was never the.
No, this was not the game we were supposed to win anyway.
Yeah, going to be one of the 3 out of 4.
But you get me, like, they could go on that roll.
There. To me, this game is what it is because we were there, right? If we don't have that fourth quarter that we did, we're all sitting here kind of like, hey, the Chiefs are who we thought they were. It is what it is. Let's move on. I feel like us making it a game is great and helps me feel better as a Dolphins fan, but also makes me feel worse because I'm going back to those mistakes now thinking, dang it, what are we doing?
Alfredo's in the chat talking now. He says we don't need a tight end, which again we don't we don't.
No, we don't need it. You need to get a wide receiver and a running
Yeah.
back. You need to get a wide receiver and a running back. You need a replacement at center for sure on the offensive line, as Alf mentioned there. You need to get a wide receiver and a running back. You just have to. You cannot start preseason game number 1 or whatever it is next season and walk in there without upgrades at running back and wide receiver. You just can't. That's a failure on Chris Greer's part if they walk in and they don't have a replacement at center, at the very least there, or at the, getting, what's it called? I can't with the word I'm trying to say, but you need to walk in there at the very least with a wide receiver and a running back.
And the only reason I say linebacker is I'm not looking to replace Jerome Baker or Kyle Van Noy. There's another guy out there who needs replacing. It's Landon Roberts. I'll give
Landon Roberts has been making plays for the past several weeks.
I'll give credit to him. I'll give credit to him for what he's done. But you really don't think we can upgrade from a Landon Roberts?
You can, obviously. You can also upgrade from Jerome Baker, and you can also upgrade from Kyle Van Noy. I'm saying every player except for like Patrick Mahomes right now is upgradable. Even Devontae Adams has been doing crazy things for the Packers right now, and he's arguably, I wouldn't even say arguably, he's probably the best wide receiver in the NFL right now. I mean, there are certain players. No, Devontae Adams.
Oh,
there are certain players that are irreplaceable, but there are some guys
Antonio
that
Brown.
Yeah, right. It's just you can't walk into that. You can't walk into camp next year without upgrades at wide receiver and running back. You just can't. That would be a failure on Chris Greer's part if he does that.
No, that's assuming they have to trade 2 first anyway.
I'm not trading any of the first.
Did Watson get back into the game?
Yes. So even with that, let me just keep the scores thus far. So as it stands right now, as it stands right now in draft order, the pick went up a whole 1 spot from number 9 to number 8.
Okay, but again, I say, did Watson go back in the game?
Deshaun Watson did enter the game, yes. As far as I mean, I could be wrong, but I saw a beat reporter mention that he went back in the game.
I mean, at a certain point, though, you got to realize Watson doesn't have much else to help him. Like,
at a certain point, you got to feel bad.
But if Watson wasn't there, the Texans are winning another game.
I mean, I think this
team. The only reason that the Texans have won 4 games is because of Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson did get back on the field. He did get back on the field. Sorry.
I gotta say, okay, so I gotta ask this though. We picked off Mahomes. What was it? 3 times?
3 times.
Yes.
We also had a fumble recovery. I think there's 4 turnovers total, right? That's it.
Yes.
Is that? I'm really trying to think here. I mean, is it just really Flores against some of these elite offenses? And I put that in air quotes because the Chiefs are elite, but then the Rams, personally, I don't think are an elite offense, but they play them really well. Like Flores and his defense. I mean, does he just have to get all the credit in the world? Because that doesn't happen.
Him and Josh Boyer, you have to give. Obviously,
goodness.
The one thing that it was mentioned by someone, the special teams touchdown. There are things like when the special teams touchdown that they gave up, the what's it called? Oh my God, safety. That's 9 points right there that you gave straight to KC. So I guess it's there. Pick 7 behind the Cowboys. Why am I wrong then? Thank you for correcting that. I'm trying to look at what I might have gotten wrong on this.
There's a lot of things we can pick on though, right? So I didn't pick on the special teams touchdown because it happens. We've won games or had really good moments because of special teams. To me,
this is true. There are 7. Sorry.
What we can control. And that special teams touchdown to what was it? 2 missed flags? Right? Is that what we call? It's, I mean,
look, but at the end of the day, you can't always just, chalk things up like that. Like, it's annoying and it frustrates us, but at the same time, it's like, you can't, I think that's why we're here and not in a coach's room or, in a on the field. It's like certain things like that, you can be upset, but at the same time, it's like, they gotta, it's the famous on Cincinnati is now onto New England, chalk it up and let's move on. Let's try to, that's a game that is one that you should absolutely win.
That's crazy. You know what? That's crazy that we're talking about it that way because once again, we'll flash back to the beginning of the season. We considered New England a tough opponent. And now we're talking about
it's still going to be tough. We can't
I
sit here
get
and think it's
that.
going to be a cakewalk.
No, I get
yeah.
that. But it's the whole attitude that we're talking about it with. We're not talking like, oh my God, New England, this insurmountable challenge. Now it's like, New England, we should win. You just said it. We should beat New England. We should beat them handily.
But New England
But
at the beginning of the season, I think I put it in one of the videos that I put out. I said that I expected that game to be a loss for the Dolphins because it was just a lot, right? It's a lot of new guys. You have a lot of new people going out there. Belichick is just a more veteran coach. Cam Newton, although he's not excellent, is a veteran. He knows what he's doing. I felt like the Patriots were going to win that game, but that the Dolphins were a better or more talented team. Going into next week, I think we have now still not a veteran team, but a team that's more experienced is still better than the Patriots as we were week one. We just got
and week one, that's Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Threw 3 interceptions. If anyone in the comments or one if you can correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure he threw 3 interceptions that game. Like there was a lot that when you look there, you look back and you're like, damn, we left points out on the field. And that's another thing that again, we go back to the defense is solid.
I mean, that game was 21-11. You scored 11 points. That's just I think we're a better team than New England. And at this point, we've gelled so much on the defensive side. Tua's taking our offense places that we're really excited to see. I agree with Kai. Like, we're expecting a win, but I think the Dolphins have been a better team in terms of the people they're putting out there on the field than the Patriots since week one.
Yeah, of course.
So now with that in mind,
3 interceptions.
So this is the offensive situation now. Right. We don't know if Parker is going to be back. We'll have to watch that carefully. If getting him back would help a lot. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Gesicki's done for the year.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's done. So that leaves Shaheen, Smythe, and probably Chris Myrick. They'll probably bring him back up.
What is this the past 2 years? Right when Preston Williams and Fitzpatrick got into a really good sync, Preston Williams goes down for the rest of the year.
Yep.
Tua and Gesicki are now hitting their stride, and it's feeling like awesome. He's found his number one target. We're good. Bam, Gesicki goes down.
I'm not going to go that far yet. Not going to go that far yet because
I wouldn't say they're hitting a stride.
Your number one target does not get ignored like 2 quarters of a game, and then only at the last possible moment when we're at the brink do you start going back to him.
I think his number one target is Matt Collins. I'm to be honest with you. He's been, dude, you're going to tell me he hasn't been throwing to Matt Collins more? Like, Matt Collins and Lynn Bowden has been like the 2 people that I've consistently, that he's been throwing at.
Yeah, but last week, Gesicki had 9 receptions?
Yeah.
Yes, last week, though.
This week Gesicki had another 5, and yes, it was later in the game, but it was working, and he knew to go to him when they're down. I think he wanted Gesicki. I feel like when you're behind like that, you go to the guy you rely on the most. And that's when he was going to Gesicki. And all I'm saying is him and Tua and Gesicki were building this really good rapport that now is gone until next year, most likely.
Just to touch on one more thing with Brian Flores, Josh Boyer, and this defense, if you take in just what the Kansas City offense scored, they only scored 23 points. And up until the last minute and 8 seconds of the game, it was 20 points that they scored, the offense. So, hey. Or 24. Sorry, 24 points. Sorry about that. 24 points. So it was 21 up until that point. But hey, like you held the offense to 24, safety, touchdown on the kick return. You did what you had to do. If you held them to 24, just strictly off of that, that who knows what that could have been towards that end of the game. So I think, look, there's just a lot of positives, man. I don't think that you can. Yes, we want to look towards the future, and I'm sure that you'll see the 3 of us plus everyone else, throughout the offseason talking about who to pick up. But right now, it's just got to be that mindset, man. On to New England. You're fighting for your playoff hopes.
Next week is, it's not a great term to use, but next week's a must win now, right?
It's not even that it is a absolute must win.
To me, it's a must win, right? Because the goal is playoffs and winning with this team. We know that with Brian Flores. If we didn't already know that at the beginning of the season, we saw it when we put in Tua. We saw it again when he took out Tua against the Broncos. What he wants to do is win the game. And if that's the goal, next week's is a must win. Like, just there's no way around it. We can still make the playoffs without it, but you'd be really limping in if you lost next week's game.
I mean,
Yeah,
Miami's
again,
limping in already, but I mean, even
It's
back in
2 out of 4. It's 2 out of
even-
4. If you
even-
lose next week and you beat the Raiders and the Bills, that's your 2.
back in
it's-
2016, they were
Yeah.
pretty much limping into the playoffs, literally limping.
Man,
with
we lost
that more.
everybody that year. I remember that. That was
We got blown up by the Ravens that year.
no, that was the
40
Steelers.
Or
We made the
no,
wild
I'm saying
card.
like in the actual season, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh,
No, the Ravens
during the season, no,
absolutely
the
crushed
season we did. Yeah, but that
the Ravens crushed the Dolphins every year.
that was every year for like 5 years straight. We would either play them at the beginning of the season and they'd torch us, or we'd play them late into the year when we're doing well off a couple wins, and then we'd play the Ravens and they'd be like, "Hold on, you're not as good as you think you are," and then they'd destroy us.
Yeah, it was 38-6 that season. That's when we were on a 7-game
still
win
had-
streak.
We
16
still had
win streak.
Tannehill in that game.
Yes, and then the Cardinals game we won, the Jets game we won, and then we beat the Bills in OT, and then we lost to the Patriots that last game, and then of course we got blown out by the Steelers.
Yeah.
But even then, look at how many players were missing in that game.
Yeah.
It was crazy how many injuries we racked up in that season. And now the same thing is happening here. At some point, you just have to think, how many more injuries can we actually suffer before there's just nothing left?
Not any, nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
think,
the biggest one is offensive line. You can't lose anybody else on the offensive line. Like
Mhm.
Flowers already out. I think he'll come back because it was an ankle, but you lose.
Thank God too,
Yeah.
because that should have been a torn ACL.
Mhm.
The way that his knee bent, the fact that was an ankle injury, that's just. I don't even
But the
know, it's
offensive
just
line
crazy.
already isn't. They have their moments where they play really well and they're not playing so well at others. You lose a guy there, that might be it.
Yeah.
Oh, and obviously Byron Jones or Xavier Howard goes down.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is why. Well, yeah. If either of those guys go down, then that's it. The secondary is done for, because those two are the keys to the secondary being good.
Mhm.
Now, I'm gonna make the case that running back is more important than wide receiver for the Dolphins right now. That if we're on a priority list, even if it's more likely you're gonna get better bang for your buck if you go wide receiver first, I'm going to say that it's more important Miami gets a running back, because you've seen Tua make it work with this wide receiver core. He can make it work with this core. The running backs that Miami has right now, that's not getting anything going with a running game. And a running game would have made a massive difference for the Dolphins in this game and pretty much the entire season. If we had a running game all year long, it's hard to imagine a team that could have come up against us the way we're playing right now, especially on defense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because then we take a lead and then we can just run the ball and we can hold on to it and keep it away from the other team's offense. But
and you know what? You want to know who the most successful running back was for the Dolphins today?
wasn't it Tua? Well, Washington had the most yards.
But who got them? Who
on
consistently
average,
looked
yeah,
better?
Laird. Was it Laird?
I'm telling you, this guy's not
Will they
getting
call him the intern?
Yeah.
white lightning. That was his other nickname.
Okay, so then do we think that this running game would have played better had Gaskin or Ahmed been in there?
Yes.
Maybe. I feel-
that's the thing
still-
that I'm not sure about. I don't
What
know
the
how
fuck?
different Washington is from Ahmed or Gaskin.
I think Washington has more oomph than
Yeah.
either of those two. But if we're talking consistency, I still want to see Patrick Laird get more carries. Seriously, I don't know why this is something that the coaching staff doesn't want to do. I feel like it's the same thing with the Kenyon Drake thing. Like, why are you not giving Drake the ball more when you see that he can consistently
Kenyon
get
Drake
touchdowns?
was not a.
What?
Ken and Drake is gone. It doesn't matter anymore.
Okay, no. You don't get to play that game. It's like you have to look at it because it's happening again. You see Patrick Laird, he gets 5 yards a carry or something along those lines.
I mean,
Why are you not
Okay,
giving
but
the
like,
ball more?
come on
coaches,
now.
coaches have their guys that they like and they play them even when they seem like they're struggling, right? Like Eric Rowe was a guy that Flores brought in, and Eric Rowe was struggling when we had him at cornerback. Flores
Right,
stuck with him and
but
said,
at
"We're going to
safety,
put
it
you
didn't
safety
work.
down. We're
But
going to
that
play
was
against tight
that was
ends."
a position switch. You didn't stick him at corner and force it to work.
If it didn't work at safety, he would have just moved them back to corner.
No, at that point, I would hope he realizes, nope, not going to happen.
You know, I think that we
Gaskin's
should
another one of his guys. You can just tell that Flores loves Gaskin. It makes
ethic.
no sense considering what we did in the offseason to make Gaskin the number one guy coming into the year. And he did. He practiced well, and he's like, that's the guy I'm riding with. That's it.
But in any case, so the main point is that running back needs to be the biggest focus. Because as much as I love Patrick Laird and all that stuff and Gaskin and all them, they're not number one running backs. We know they're not number one running backs. So how far down? Because we know that our pick, Miami's actual pick, is not going to be top 10, top 15, or even top 20 at this point.
Right.
So
21 right now.
Right. So how far can you drop before you have to make that jump for a running back? Like, let's say, for instance, you really, really want Travis Etienne. How far down can you go before you can have to pull the trigger?
I mean, we played with that last year.
I know, but
we kept waiting.
everybody kept Dobbins and Jonathan Taylor and all them. They drop.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up seeing Clyde Edwards-Helaire that went first, but that went to number 32 overall of the Chiefs. Yeah. But still, with that in mind, how is Etienne better than all those guys, do you think?
Than all the guys
Wasn't he the consensus number one running back before he decided to go back to Clemson?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know. I feel like Etienne would have been in the mix there because Hilaire came out of nowhere at the end there to be the number one pick. People liked him, but for him to be the first running back off the board, I feel like I didn't see that.
Because that's what happens every year. Like we all talk about all these. That's one thing that we'll get into, of course, later on down the road here. But every single year, it's the same thing. You know, we talk about a certain player for a certain amount of time, and then either they drop off or then they disappear once they get into the draft. And then there's that player that you never heard of, and all of a sudden, like that, and you're like, wow, why we never hear of them? It's like, well, because you like the flashy names, flashy schools, and then that's what always happened. It's what always happens. Like literally, everyone was talking about Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Whatever team he goes to in the second round, they're going to be geniuses. First round, 32 overall, Kansas City Chiefs, geniuses.
I also kind of argue that a lot of running backs could succeed really well in a Kansas City offense. Like, I think Hilaire is great. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a really good running back, and I would have been happy with him. But I think a lot of the running backs that were taken in last year's draft, if Kansas City had taken them, they would have looked good. Given the opportunity. I guess.
I think I'm not upset with them not drafting a running back. Truthfully, I'm not. Coming into the season, they have to. Maybe not draft, but they have to figure it out. They have to figure it out. No more of this, Jordan Howard crap.
I'm going to prepare when the regular season ends, whether Miami makes it or not, I'm going to start my off-season plan, and I'm just going to go ahead and give the preview right now, right here.
No, you're giving them no. There's no reason to come back if you give it to them right now, Lewis. Come on.
Yeah,
you gotta they'll come back because things change. Things change every week. Things change. So this is my right now. Listen, people put out mock drafts every other week. Okay, all the time. Yeah, like Mel Kiper and some other guy did a mock draft right there on the thing.
I'm surprised I haven't seen a 2022 mock draft.
Exactly right.
I'm doing one right now. Screw it.
Why not? Like,
why not?
If I'm Miami,
Trevor Lawrence number one, of course.
Well, Miami's not getting number one at first.
I'm just letting you know.
So go ahead and get Jalen Waddle. I'll ask this question. Obviously, the best wide receivers for Tua back in 2019 were Henry Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy. How much did Jalen Waddle actually do with Tua? Like, was he just like the third guy on that whole thing?
He did fairly well, I think. Let me see.
I was about to look it up. Just for, I really did start a draft. Jalen Waddle went number 5 to the Chargers.
Jamar Chase on already too?
Jamar Chase went number 6 to the Eagles.
Let's see. 2019, Jalen Waddle, 33 receptions for 560 yards with 6 touchdowns.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
Albert Wilson when he was with the Chiefs. Very, very talented player with very, very little playing time because there were just other guys ahead of him.
But Jalen Waddle's best receiving year came in 2018, 45 receptions for 848 yards with 7 touchdowns. That was all Tua, right? Because Tua was fully the quarterback in 18 as well.
Yeah.
So
Your boy Micah Parsons goes 7 in this. So hey, Dolphins sit at 7 right now if they continue to. Or that
like I said, the
pick
Texans
continues
need to
to go
keep
up.
losing.
I'm just letting you know that hey.
What is it? What are they? What does the mock draft have the Texans at number 9 overall right now?
Yes, because obviously it needs to be
Well,
updated.
let it keep going. Like, who's on the board at number 9 according to the mock draft people?
Right now it's. Oh, okay. I got you. In this mock draft simulator, because I'm doing a simulator,
Right.
Rashad Bateman, Kyle Pitts, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. We don't really care about those ones. We just want like Wyatt Davis, Ohio State.
Running back. That's all we care about.
All right. Okay. All right. Running back: Travis Etienne, Najee Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else really more so interesting. Rashad Bateman, Rondale Moore, Devontae Smith.
Yeah. Devontae Smith, I think
Alfredo wants Devonta Smith.
All right, I'm picking him just for you.
I mean, I'll take either of the two. I'll take Smith or Waddle. I mean, I'll take Chase too if they drop that far.
All right, so what does Devonta Smith do then? Like, is he just Jalen Waddle again, or do they have different skill sets?
Kyle Pitts to San Francisco.
He's a similar skill set. I haven't watched too much tape on them specifically. Like, I've just seen Alabama highlights here or there. They're both fast receivers, catch the ball well. Devontae Smith seems to be, I mean, a lot more of his highlights have been like some of those Mossing-like highlights over guys, but
look, right now, the biggest thing is like in 2 or 3 weeks, all we're going to be in like 5 or 6 weeks. Better math there. We're all going to be talking about each prospect in depth. We'll probably have shows diving into specific positions. So,
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it for a second. But
for now, I'm worried about stopping Cam Newton running the ball.
Yeah, for now,
it's not going to be as hard as it was before. Not even close.
I don't think it'll be as hard as it was before, but they did eat us alive with the last time.
Mike, if that's the best they've got, I'm picking the Dolphins to win right now.
The Dolphins are going to win.
I'm picking the Dolphins to win regardless. I mean, I think that's their best chance to win.
Cam is demoralized. That whole Patriots team looks like they want to kill themselves. I'm not.
Lewis, you can't say that. You can't say that.
That's what Cam Newton teams always look like. He's got the towel on his head. He's hiding under the thing. He doesn't look like he wants to be there.
They look sad. They look sad. You can't say the other thing. They look sad.
Whatever. I'm very
sad
dramatic with my statements. But anyway,
now you really are. Now you really are Skip Bayless.
I mean, does New England already played, right? They lost on Thursday night.
Yeah, they lost. I mean, even in their blowout, Cam, to the Chargers, Cam went 12 for 19, 69 yards. Jared Stidham went 2 for 361 and a touchdown. Like, he played better than Cam. Like, Cam ran.
Cam isn't going to have a good time throwing the ball. He's just not. I don't think he has receivers that can get open. You've got Xavier Howard and Byron Jones in stride now. And Xavier Howard is on 3 games in a row or 4 games in a row with a pick?
5 games in a row.
Oh, is it 5? Oh, excuse me.
One more? Next week, I am predicting a Xavier Howard interception.
If he doesn't get one next week, I'd be
finally breaking the record.
Game. I was going to ask, is this the week where Byron Jones finally gets his first pick? Because I was like, if any...
I didn't see that coming at all.
I didn't see it coming either.
The only reason why I was thinking about it, though, is because I'm like, if any quarterback is going to be smart about, let me try to keep it away from Xavier Howard, it would be Patrick Mahomes.
But that pass is that's one that you want. That's one of those greedy passes, because if X doesn't make that play, that's easily a touchdown. Oh yeah, that is one of those plays that for Mahomes you want. And look, you chalk those up.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying you chalk those up, and at the end of the day, you come away with a win. The one thing that I just really want to mention with Cam is he's pulling off his best Ryan Fitzpatrick. 5 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So
even Fitzpatrick wasn't that bad.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick wasn't that bad. My big thing too is
he does have 11 rushing touchdowns. Damn, I didn't even know that.
I hope it doesn't happen again next week, because next week I think this defense is too good to not get turnovers. Right? They'll get at least, in my opinion, they'll get at least 2 against New England.
They're very opportunistic.
We've got to score points off of turnovers, whether that's the defense returning it or the offense doing it. Because this week we had 4 turnovers, and our total points off of turnover was 8. And I only say 8 because after one of the turnovers, we had -2. So that's, that's not ideal.
We're playing the next game at home too, right?
Yes. Yeah. Last game at home.
Because we opened in New England.
So, and one thing I would like to, as we start to kind of wind things down here, I don't know who the Kansas City Chiefs admin is for their Twitter account, but I don't know why he's still bragging. Or she, they, whoever it is. I don't know why they're still bragging because they're
12-1.
They're going on a nice tweet
Oh,
streak.
hold on. I'll give the Chiefs this though. You turned the ball over 4 times, you shouldn't win a game. And you played against the number 2 defense in the league, right? And you had plenty of big plays. Granted, the bomb to Tyreek Hill was when Bobby McCain was out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The run by Tyreek Hill was
Clayton
one of
Fedge.
the run by Tyreek Hill was one of the worst contains I've ever seen by Eric Rowe in my life. I don't know what he was doing there, but they won the game. It was a hard fought game against a really good defense. So look, talk what they got to talk. I think the 3 yards per carry account tweeted it out. We're going to be seeing this Chiefs team again. I'm not saying this year, but in the years to come, I think this is the matchup we have to watch in the AFC.
I think if nothing else, this does prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Tua has every tool that he needs to be.
End the conversation, please. All these people, I don't want to go in on specific people. If anyone's on Twitter right now, they should know because I guarantee you've seen it. These people calling for Fitzpatrick to come in the game. I know I'm not attacking Lewis. I know that you mentioned it, and at the time you were right. Like the offense did need a spark. You got the spark on a defensive play, which is great, but for these people continuing to call for Fitzpatrick, for these people saying that Tua sucks, for all this stuff, like please just save it. Just don't tweet it. Don't say it. That's it.
Tua has to play through this stuff, right? Like he has to be able to make these things happen. And today he almost did.
Like that's it. Just
as far as I'm concerned, he did do it.
Like
as far as I'm concerned, he did do it. He did do it.
This was a win for the Dolphins, not on the stat sheet. Right, not on the record, but this is a win for the Dolphins in terms of we wanted to see a competitive team against probably the best team in the NFL, and
I'm sure Flores will not call it a moral victory, but that's really
no. He doesn't seem like a moral victory kind of guy, which I'm fine with.
He's not. But that is what this was. This was a culture win.
Mm-hmm.
They fought to the very last minute, the very last whistle, not once actually giving up. It looked like at the start of the third quarter, it looked like everybody had just kind of gone dead, but they picked it back up. So this was a culture win for the Dolphins. They did not stop fighting until the game was literally over.
And they're ahead of schedule.
They're ahead of schedule.
They are ahead.
Yeah, they're very ahead of schedule.
Like,
hey, I'm not going to brag. This ended up really close to what my Miami simulation was like. I almost came back and won that game, but Mahomes was way too much for me.
I love
What
that
was that
comment. I'm sorry, Michael.
No, you're good.
Oh man.
I mean, that's what
let's go ahead and wrap this thing up. We got some more football to watch. Glad the Texans lost. Now we just gotta. Okay, I know about the playoff stuff. But tell me, Kai, for the draft pick situation.
Oh damn! I just closed it. Hold up. I got you. I just closed it, but hold up. All right. Let it load. Okay, current standings. We got to make sure this is correct.
As far as I'm concerned, Miami still holds their own destiny. I want to know.
I think the Chargers have to win, right?
There are no. As far as I'm concerned, for the playoffs, Miami holds their destiny. That's the answer, and nothing else but the answer. Okay, so crappy teams. If Atlanta wins, this one isn't going to update. Well, I guess you want like the Falcons to win. I guess. I mean, really, you just want the Texans to keep losing. Like,
no, yeah, for sure, that obviously. But there are other teams that could still end up.
I guess, yeah, Atlanta, you want them to win.
Yeah.
Saints, you want them to win, or I guess technically you want the Eagles to win. That's technically you want the Eagles to win.
Yeah.
Where's Manny so we can say go Eagles? We all need to collectively show up in Manny's DMs and hit him.
The Jets aren't going to beat the Seahawks, so
hey, that's what people said about the Giants.
This is true.
I still can't believe the Jets lost that game last week. You're gonna have to give me.
Wait, God, you can't believe it? What do you mean you can't believe it? It's the Jets. Of course you can believe it,
dude. My stepmom is a huge Jets fan, and when I walked into her my dad's house last week, she just looked at me and she had her Jets shirt on, and I was just like, "Listen, I'm not even gonna roast you today. So I'm just gonna leave it be." Like,
It's the Jets, of course you can believe it.
You know what? I'll have some more stuff throughout the week with this because that's why I've been liking to keep track of the playoff stuff and pick stuff. But I think it's we've been on this a long time. I think it's time for you to take us out.
All right. So we'll go ahead and call it here. Thank you all, everybody, for watching. If you guys still want to get onto prizepicks.com, there's still time. Use the promo code 5 and you'll get up to $100 on your deposit. There's still plenty more football to be played. You can, even though the Dolphins didn't win, you can still win by going to prizepicks.com. So thank you all so much for joining us, and we will see you all next week for more yard prep, in-game stream, and post-game. Good night.
Shout out Manny.
Shout out to Manny. Go Eagles.